Welcome back!
We made it! Now, that does mark the end of the special program, but we know that was a lot of information. It feels kind of impossible to take it all in at once, and I doubt I'm alone in feeling a bit overwhelmed.
Yeah, the special program team thought that might be the case. So, that brings us to our second job here today. In this segment, we'll go over the main takeaways from today's special program, so travelers have a quick and concise overview of what to expect in version Luna 1.
All right, I'm ready to summarize.
Okay, let's start with Notcry itself.
Right. So, like the devs mentioned, Notcry lies on the edge of Teyvat and is more susceptible to abyssal invasion because of it.
Okay, maybe
In
they'll
fact,
summarize
the whole
witch
region
thing
was
that I
once
think
a
I
wasteland
missed a
because of these
piece
clashes
of.
with the abyss. But the merchants of Notcry chose to rebuild from the ruins, and that is how Nasha Town came to be, which should be the first place travelers end up after venturing into Notcry. And just like we talked about at the beginning of the program, the moon is a major aspect of the Song of the Welkin Moon as a whole. Under the influence of the moonlight, Notcry is filled with an ancient kind of elemental energy known as Kuvaki.
Yeah, and it looks like this power is indispensable to almost every facet of life in Notcry.
That's right, and some people can even wield Kuvaki for themselves.
These characters have moon wheels, which are different from visions because their power comes from Teyvat's 3 moons.
Pretty cool.
And, with the power of Kuvaki, certain Notcry characters can trigger unique lunar reactions.
Exactly. Enefa introduced Lunar Charged in version 5.8, and Lauma will introduce another new reaction, Lunar Bloom.
That's right. Lauma is the moon chanter of the Frost Moon Scions, which does make her a very important figure in the tribe. She's the one her people look to for leadership and guidance. As for her abilities, she can communicate with animals and transform into a deer. Plus, in combat, her Dendro Moon Wheel allows her to convert bloom reactions into lunar bloom reactions. Her elemental skill can decrease enemies' Dendro and Hydro resistance. Holding her skill consumes Verdant Dew, which is created when team members trigger lunar bloom reactions, and grants her stacks of Moonsong. Then, with her elemental burst, Lauma consumes her stacks of Moonsong to increase bloom reaction damage.
Sounds like she's a great support for Lunar Bloom teams. Next, let's take a quick look at Flint's. In terms of first impressions, Flint's comes off as a polite, dignified Lightkeeper with an almost aristocratic air to him. Of course, as a member of the Lightkeepers, Flint's fights for the safety of Notcry, using the ancient power of his lantern to fend off the wild hunt. In battle, Flint's elemental skill infuses his normal attacks with electro damage that cannot be overridden. Casting his skill again will trigger a special elemental burst that deals lunar charge damage to enemies. And without needing to satisfy any conditions, his normal elemental burst can directly deal lunar charge damage to opponents.
Which does make him a strong addition to lunar charge teams.
Let's go!
Alright, let's move on to the last character coming in the new version.
Aino, from the Clink Clank Krumkaki craft shop, right?
Yup, Aino is Enefa's creator and the owner of the workshop. She's also a genius inventor. The massive cannon in Nasha Town used to fend off the wild hunt is her creation.
Cool.
But even geniuses have things they're not so good at. And for Aino, well, that's housework. So Enefa takes care of that for her.
That's nice.
In battle, Aino's elemental skill allows her to use a gadget to launch forward, dealing AoE hydro damage to surrounding enemies. Then, with her elemental burst, Aino summons a water-spraying mechanism that periodically deals hydro damage to opponents.
Whoa, you can't forget the most important thing.
All right. Near the beginning of the first act of the Archon quest, A Dance of Snowy Tides and Hoarfrost Groves, travelers will have the chance to meet Aino and invite her to their parties.
In other words, travelers can get her for free.
That's right. And speaking of, let's talk about how the dev team has revamped these quests, with the goal of adding richer character development into the core narrative.
Cool.
This means, in the upcoming Archon quests, travelers can look forward to more interactions with the 3 characters we just mentioned, and the ones we'll meet in the future, allowing us to get to know them on a much deeper level. Version Luna 1 is also bringing new content to the open world. Travelers will have the chance to help the new characters, Flint's, Lauma, and Aino, build meeting points in Notcry. At these meeting points, you can chat with characters whenever you feel like it, and learn more about their lives by progressing certain events.
Yeah, it's kind of like Traveler's Tales, but a little more fleshed out. Now, the Damselette is another highly anticipated character. I'm sure many travelers have already picked up on her close connection to the moon. And travelers will get to meet her very soon. After venturing to Hisi Island in the upcoming Archon quest, travelers will encounter the Damselette at a special time and place. In this place, you can chat with her, accept commissions from her, and receive her gifts.
Definitely something to look forward to. Now, let's give a quick refresher on the upcoming event wishes. In the first half of version Luna 1, travelers can look forward to event wishes from Lauma and Nahida, as well as a Sumeru-centered chronicled wish banner.
And in the second half of the version, we'll have event wishes for Flint's and Yelan.
In addition, Aino will receive a drop rate boost on the second half banners.
It's somewhere that she's
so
on the second half.
don't miss out if you're interested. All right, now let's talk anniversary rewards and system optimizations.
Starting with anniversary rewards. Travelers will receive 1,600 Primo Gems in their in-game mailbox, along with a new robot kitten pet, aww, an in-game two-person lounge, and a variety of enhancement materials. There will also be a login event where travelers can earn a total of 10 intertwined fates, along with other rewards like resin and mora by logging in for 7 days in a row.
And, of course, travelers will get to choose a standard 5-star character of their choice. And this year, Yume Mizuki will be available as one of the options. There's also the free Aino obtainable through the Archon quest. So, that's 2 new characters travelers can add to their roster for free.
And finally, initial top-up bonuses will be reset after the version update.
Now, let's check out the optimizations coming in the new version.
Let's do it.
First up are a few optimizations that should improve the adventuring experience. Adventure XP gained from exploration is being significantly increased. For example, collecting oculi will now grant adventure XP. More tips will be added to characters' trial run stages.
Yeah, and there are also a few optimizations geared towards veteran travelers. Starting in version Luna 1, travelers will be able to obtain harvestable materials from the Battle Pass, making it easier to build and level characters. The devs have also expanded the number of team lineups that can be saved, making it easier to have a team ready for any scenario. There's also a big change coming to the artifact system. After obtaining a 3 substat artifact, travelers will be able to check the hidden 4th substat, which should make it a lot easier to decide if an artifact has raising potential. In addition, travelers will now be able to directly consume 40 original resin to claim rewards, and the recipe for crafting condensed resin will now cost 60 original resin. All in all, this should give travelers a break from constant crystal fly farming.
Wow.
Of course, these are just some of the optimizations coming in version Luna 1.
It needs
More
overflow.
information will be available across Genshin Impact's official accounts.
Next up, let's go over a few perks coming in the new version. First, when a new 5-star character or weapon receives a drop rate boost, the corresponding talent ascension material and weapon ascension material domains will be open every day for the next 7 days. Second, on top of the free standard 5-star, travelers will also receive materials to raise that character to level 60. And here's another major piece of news. In version Luna 1, once a 5-star character reaches their maximum constellation level, additional constellations obtained for them will be converted into Master List Stella Fortuna, which is an item that can be used to raise characters past the level cap to a maximum of level 100.
For example, if you have a standard 5-star at C6, you could select the same 5-star from the anniversary event, earn a Master List Stella Fortuna, and use it to strengthen a different character.
Plus, travelers who have obtained excess constellations in the past will receive an equal amount of Masterless Stella Fortuna in their in-game mailbox during the new version, which will give certain travelers the chance to start leveling their characters right away.
Last but not least, travelers can look forward to a new long-term event in version Luna 1 to temper thyself and travel far. The objective is to reach weekly progress goals by completing daily commissions and spending resin at least 5 days a week across a 12-week period, or the duration of 2 versions. Travelers can earn various rewards for their efforts, including sanctifying elixirs. But most importantly, this event will give travelers the chance to earn a constellation for certain designated 5-star characters. For more detailed information and event guidelines, keep an eye out for future announcements. Of course, we've just scratched the surface of all the exciting content coming in version Luna 1. There's so much more to discover in-game, so be sure to check it out when the update goes live.
Well, that brings us to the end of our post-show summary. Anything you want to say before we go, Nick?
Yes, it has been such an honor voicing Flint's. I'm so grateful to be joining the Genshin Impact team, and I'm so excited for you all to get to adventure with him. I look forward to seeing an army of Lightkeepers out in Nodcry.
I'm really excited for you, Nick. And I also can't wait for Nepa to reunite with Aino. I mean, their dynamic is just so cute.
They've been apart
I
too
love
long.
it, and I'm excited for everybody to see that.
Yes, I agree.
And this was just a brief overview. We didn't even touch on Nodcry exploration or the Genshin Impact Miliastra mode coming in future versions. So all that to say is, this is just the beginning.
Just the beginning. But it's definitely the end of today's special program. We promise. Thanks for sticking with us, travelers.
Thanks, everyone, and happy adventuring in Nodcry.
See you there.
Oh, and don't forget about the Genshin Impact 5th anniversary celebration video dropping on September 28th. Okay, that was the last thing. I'm serious this time.
Don't miss it. Bye.
Bye.
I know they'll probably say something about it, but when I have to change stuff for my calendar, I am going to make sure I note that obviously I'll find a time for it, but I definitely want to be able to watch that. My pen is running out of ink, which sucks because I love this pen. All right. I am going to be right back. I'm going to grab a drink, hit the restroom, and load up Genshin, of course, because we got to put in our codes. And yeah, that was a lot to take in. So let's take a breather. And like I said, I will be right back.
Beginning of the first act of in the first half of version Luna 1.
Far. The objective is to reach weekly progress goals by
am back. We'll adjust the volume as needed for Genshin, because again, I was on Star Rail volume. But I want to take a look at this one more time. This thing for whatever you need to do like the daily quests and or whatever it is to gain we'll start right there. To gain the constellation.
Stella Fortuna and use it to strengthen a different character.
Plus, travelers who have obtained excess constellations in the past will receive an equal amount of Masterless Stella Fortuna in their in-game mailbox during the new version, which will give certain travelers the chance to start leveling their characters right away.
Last but not least, travelers can look forward to a new long-term event in version Luna 1 to temper thyself and travel far. The objective is to reach weekly progress goals by completing daily commissions and spending resin at least 5 days a week across a 12-week period, or the duration of 2 versions. Travelers can earn various rewards for their efforts, including sanctifying elixirs. But most importantly, this event will give travelers the chance to earn.
Once event progress requirements are met, travelers can claim 1 stellar Fortuna for characters you own for the list above. Each character can only receive it once. So, okay, so there is a limitation on this in multiple ways. So it is only 4 constellations, which, again, figured, but I wanted to double check because I saw characters grayed out. And I wanted to make sure that was oh, they don't have these characters, so you can't claim anything. So that's it's an unfortunate thing, but again, the Chronicle Wish is a thing, so it makes sense that they wouldn't make it so that I could just go and claim Klee, Satage.
Earn a constellation for certain designated 5-star characters. For more detailed information and event guidelines, keep an eye out for future announcements. Of course, we've just scratched the surface of all the exciting content coming in version Luna 1. There's so much more to discover in-game, so be sure to check it out when the update goes live.
Well, that brings us to...
So, the important thing to note there, it looks like it goes up through everybody that was released in Sumeru. So, I would have to assume that it would stay that way and probably until the following year, and then they would add Fontaine. That would be my guess. Free Klee, I wish. I wish. No, it's not. So that event at the semi-permanent event kind of thing, kind of cool. Basically, you just do like your daily commissions or whatever. Like you fill out the objectives as you go, and once you fill it for that character, you can gain a constellation for them. So if it's going from the standard banner through Sumeru, and it looks like no Archon was listed in there. So, and again, that makes sense. The Archons do sell, and it's the same reason the Archons aren't on the Chronicle Wish themselves. So let's put that into perspective too. So let's yeah, I love the chibi flints. All right, let's turn that off and turn this into full screen. There we go. I wanted to watch that segment one more time to make sure I understood what was happening, because it was like a blink and you'll miss it situation when it popped up when the devs were talking. And I'm sorry, I don't read that quickly. Say what you will about that. I just don't read that quickly. And the subtitles were just going very, very fast. So I thought I misunderstood something. So one, very glad they actually had the voice actors at the very end to summarize the bigger parts of the special program that happened. So honestly, this VOD for Twitch will stay as it is. I'm going to edit it for YouTube just to start probably at that point so you guys get the gist of it. But yeah, like, it sounds like you're going to get certain objectives. You'll get certain rewards, including sanctifying elixir. It looks like your standard, like Mora and a bunch of other stuff. But at the end of it, you can gain a constellation. So let's take a gander at my characters here. We're going to go constellations here. All right. So Fontaine, question mark. So what's the first character? Okay, so the first character potentially I could get something on if it looked like it was all the characters throughout. If it's some characters and not all, that would be interesting. But if it's on the assumption that it's from the standard banner through Sumeru, we could get C1 Kazuha, C2 Sino. Let's see. We're going standard banner. You get C3 Kaching, C1 Baiju. We're gonna put a pin in that. Alhaitham? I believe Alhaitham's cons are absolutely useless though. Let's see. Dea, we get C3 Dea. C2G, C2 Chi-Chi, C2 Mona. I'm very well rounded here because that's going to be C2 Diluc, C1 Tainari. And that's it for the characters I own. So it all depends on how many you can do. If you can do it like per character, it says you can only obtain it once as well for that character, if I saw that right. Because if it's a choose a character and then it's done, then I don't know what I would do, honestly. So, because I think it's is it C2? Oh, that's actually still good. Yeah, his C2 is the one I would want because that makes it so he can apply the Dendro off field. But C1 is good because it's also an extra charge of his skill. So I would definitely go for C1 Baiju. Now for the free-to-play account, this is the funny part. The free-to-play account could actually cheese this. So I actually was going to choose Tainari, which would give us a C3 Tainari. If we could do the that quest thing or whatever it is, I could get C4 Tainari. And then depending on if Tainari wants to ruin any more 50-50s on that account, he could get C6 very quickly. So here's my problem with that new item that's coming out. So you get rewarded for having all those C6s, but it's only for the 5 stars, right? I'm assuming you can level any of the 4 stars to level 100 too, and it takes 2 of these because you get one to go to 95 and you get one to go to 100. So, I mean, there's a lot of characters in Genshin. There are. But it is only rewarding for the 5 stars. This is a whale item. So now we're getting into Star Rail territory with some whale BS. I'm hoping they don't cater stuff more so to that level because we are not level 100. Like, I'm not going to hit level 100 for a while, and I'm going to be real. Unless Nuvi is on a Chronicle Wish and I roll on the Chronicle Wish when he's already C6, I'm probably never seeing that unless it's a standard banner character, and that standard banner character is just, just keeps coming up. As you saw, I have at least 4 of them already C1. Only one is C2, I think, and that's Kaching. Sino, what's your C2? Out of curiosity. Normal attack hits an opponent. His electro damage bonus will increase by 10% for 4 seconds. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I mean, we're already looking at Flynn, so I really shouldn't think about it. But again, if it's something you can do per character and get all those constellations for the characters you have, yeah, obviously I would go for Sinos because why not? It's a free constellation at that point. But if it's you have to choose one amongst these characters, it's going to be Baiju. C1 Kazu. Oh, it decreases the cooldown. Resets it. Oh. Oh, that's neat. That actually kind of alleviates him trying to use Sack Sword, which a lot of trials have him on when he's not in a trial. So I have concerns about the item that makes it so that you can increase your level cap and stuff like that. Only because will the game start catering more to that? Because it's going retroactive. And don't get me wrong, that is huge of Genshin to do. Because it could have just been, starting from there once you lose your 50-50 and you have a C6 like Diluc and stuff like that to give you that item. They could have done that, but instead it's retroactive. So if you've been playing since launch and you are a whale, you most certainly have C6 standard banner characters. You have C6 other characters. Your character is going to be sitting pretty and you are not going to be having any troubles, my friend. Wait, the game is going to level 100? Sort of. I already closed it. So, when you lose your 50-50 or whatever, and you have the character already C6, I say lose because the example they showed was the dude pulling for Lauma, lost to Mizuki, and Mizuki was C6. So not only did you get the 25 star glitter, you got a special item that you can use on a level 90 character and get them to level 95. 2 of those would get you to level 100. So it's very much like as I said, long time or whale players. It is. I'm hoping the content isn't going to be like, well, a lot of these players have been playing since 1.0, so we gotta like up the ante a little bit because then it's going to. It's going into the frustrations we already have with Onslaught. So I think it's cool. Obviously, whenever I get that item, it's going on Nuvi 100%. But not gonna lie. Yeah, I'll show you that when you get home. Unless is Seka on? Did Seka watch that live? He did. For once, he watched that live. It's really going to depend on how they cater to it. Like I'm looking forward to Nod Cry. Everything seems really cool. Looks a lot of fun. The characters themselves. I'm now a little iffy on Lauma, honestly. I'm glad Flint is on the second side, on the second half. But that aspect, as cool as it sounds, I'm worried that they're just going to cater content to it because old time players are going to be, well, things are too easy. Whales are going to be like, oh, things are way too easy. Or something like that. Like it really depends on. I should have actually looked at the clip when they showed Ether being leveled because they showed it on Ether, not any other character. But it can go on any character. It doesn't have to go on the Traveler, obviously. So I'm kind of curious to see what the stat progression was on it. Because it could mean a lot because that's 10 levels higher than we are now. Or it could just mean nothing and, it is what it is. And it's just, hey, I'm just 10 levels higher. We'll have to see. But like I said, power creep is the thing and power creep is power creeping. I'm not going to lie. Malvika kind of ruined the game. Back in Fontaine, you didn't have to have Nuvi, you didn't have to have Arlecchino, hell, you didn't even have to have Clarant. And you could clear stuff pretty easily. It took some elbow grease, but you could do it. When they started upping the HP, you felt like you had to have a little bit more punch and stuff like that. So yeah, level your characters, level your weapons, level your talents, and pray to the artifact gods. But you didn't need the meta characters. They made stuff a lot easier, sure, but You didn't need them. Then Natland comes around. I cleared stuff pretty simply without Mualani, without Kinich. We're talking about my main account, not the FTP. Or even Chaska. And then here comes Malvika and just absolutely trashes everything with like one hit. As long as she hits a vapor or melt, more specifically melt, I think. But if she hits it, they're dead. Yeah, it'll take a couple more hits on a non-whale account. But she's capable of really pulling out numbers and can still hit like 1 mil. And that's the kind of the thing people are talking about with Mualani versus Nuvolette, is being able to just be like, okay, you're vaping, bap. Look at that, 1 million damage, yay! But we're talking about a one character, a single target versus multi-target kind of character as well in that. But yeah, Malvika kind of wrecked it. Because, like, and I'm not going to talk about Onslaught's difficulty. That's just dumb. I'm all for, upping the ante and stuff like that. But the reward, you got to make the rewards. Actually, I'm going to rescind that statement. Because if they actually locked Primos behind that difficulty, oh, there would be hell to pay. So I'm glad the Primos are easy to get. The Reshapers are cool. But it's a chance at a reroll for a shit artifact to get a shittier artifact. Let's be real. I think I've used it twice, and I've only gotten it to work once. And I believe that was on Arlie's Goblet. So it's I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it, but like I said, we have to see it in practice, and see how they go moving forward. It's one thing to be a whale and to just have your characters be OP and you go through the content. Dire for Onslaught is your challenge, okay? Don't go bitching when it becomes too easy, because now you are what are the levels for Dire? Are they 110? Because I think they're 105 for Fearless, so I think they're 110 for Dire. And if that's the case, then there's just a 10 level difference, which is kind of no difference than the way they are for Abyss. And they're 15 levels above us for, so they're 15 levels above us for Fearless. So it might pose a little bit of a challenge, but like kind of almost putting you back on that equal playing field. So I don't know. Like, you guys can hear it. Like, you guys probably can hear the gears turning in my head. Like, I don't know what to expect. I don't know, like, it's like I want it for Nuvi, like who wouldn't want their favorite character to be level 100 if there's a special means to get it, you know what I mean? But even though, like, would I be considered a veteran player for playing over for almost 2 years now? Like, where's the veteran mark? I gotta know. I don't know why they make the hard content easier. That's an excellent point. Like, again, Dire difficulty really is meant for the veteran players, the whales, more specifically the whales, and, doing all of that. It's an interesting way for the level cap to go up, but again, is gatekeeping the right term for this? Like, it feels like it's gatekeeping. Because not everybody's going to do it. And at the very least, like, give us 2 freebies in the mail or something to get one character to 100. So everybody has at least one character. And we all know everybody who has Malvika will throw it on Malvika. But, I have to give them credit where credit is due with some other aspects. like specifically that little event thing. Again, I think it might be per character. I would have to go back and look at it because it looks like you could do it multiple times. If it's a one character and done, that's a little shady. But I think it's for a selection of characters that you have, you can get the one free constellation, which I do think is cool. And the reason I think that's a little bit cool for the characters they're selecting, because it looks like it's through Sumeru. I would have to look at that one screen to see how many characters were there. And it might have been a select few from the regions too. Because like Kazuha, for example, Kazuha sells. So if Kazuha is not there, but we saw in the scroll Baiju was. So if like Kazuha was not there, obviously I would just go for Baiju. And the standard banner characters. Because if you do it for the standard banner characters, that's one constellation closer to your C6. If not your C6. It's unattainable for most. It's a whale mechanic. I really can't think of it any other way. Yeah, no. My first reaction to that item was, oh, it's the whale item. It's the same situation that they put in for Star Rail, where it's like, oh, you have all the Eidolons for this character. You're going to get this character so you can just buy another character. Because they added Ruan Mei and Locha to that shop with the standards, right? I mean, honestly, Genshin kind of went a little bit further with how many characters can get upped and stuff like that with the constellation thing. But the reason I'm more intrigued with that is for the free-to-play account, funnily enough. I could get a C1 Eula. Never thought I'd say that. But like I said, I pointed out, like, I was going to pick Tainari for the standard 5-star picker. If I can do the quest thing on that account to get the constellation, that'll give me C4 Tainari. I kind of wish there was a better way to get the older characters that weren't the Chronicle Wish. So like that little event thing where he's getting a constellation, you could make it so that collectors can get the character at the very least. And if you're going to re-up the thing every time, like refresh it and stuff like that with the same characters, then they can get their constellations. But at the same time, it's like, well, they still need money. They needs the money. And we've already established Chronicle Wish feels more like a whale banner than anything else because it is for the collectors and stuff like that. And what really sucks, as I said, for the free-to-play account, I wanted to roll on the Sumeru Chronicle Wish in an attempt to get Hunter's Path. One, because we do use Tainari, and two, I have 50-something pity. I think it's like 57 pity on the Chronicle Wish. And that's running with Lauma. So there's a little bit of conflict of interest. But also now seeing what Lauma does, again, Hyperbloom was standing. We could make a decent Hyperbloom team still using Nahida. So it wouldn't necessarily replace Nahida, but you could use Nahida, you could use Lauma, and Efa. And then we have to find a Hydro. I was like, oh, well, you can use Aino. We have no sustain unless we go C1 Lauma. If her constellations stay what they have been rumored to be. So there's problematique. Because everything that they showed was basically Nilou Bloom. And that's not going to help either account. So as much as I actually love her design and stuff like that, she might be a skip at this point. Though she does have the Dendro Hydro resistance thing. So again, hey, Nouvellette. Do you want another playmate? This could be fun. I could try to do a Bloom thing with Nuvi. I don't know how well that's going to work. But again, main account versus free to play. Yeah, I'm really not sure at this point. And thankfully we'll get the free Aino. But I am skipping Flynn's on the free-to-play account. I knew I was going to do that. So I guess I mean, again, it's like, do I just skip Lauma, go for the Chronicle Wish just so I can get the pity and not give a shit about what it gives me? Because honestly, Sumeru weapons weren't bad either. Beacon of the Red Sea was a great universal claymore, and I do use Dea. Hunter's Path, again, seems to be a great option for a bow, and we use Tainari. Honestly, I just kind of want to give a middle finger to the Amos bow, I ain't gonna lie. Foliar. Foliar is excellent. Staff of Scarlet. If I got Staff of Scarlet Sands, that would go on an Effa. So that's not a bad option either, if I'm being truthful. And then we got the key. The key would go on to Farina. And for certain teams, I would just have to change or build a little bit like I did on my main account. But for certain teams, I would actually, run the key instead of Favonius. So for an example, with the Chaska team, I could easily go on the key because the other two characters in that party, if I'm using Auroron, use Favonius. Who else was from Sumeru? Or was that everybody? Am I missing someone? I feel like I'm missing someone, but I don't think I am. Dea, Tainari, Sino, Nilu, Alhaitham. Baiju came out during Sumeru, but he's Leeway. Foliar, yeah. Like, Foliar wouldn't be bad for certain team compositions if I had infusions. Wanderer! So, the thing about Wanderer is that I'm like, is he technically Sumeru or is he Inazuma? I guess he would technically be Sumeru, wouldn't he? Because he was technically reborn under Nahida. Oh, I did not know how thirsty I was. Oh, that iced tea tasted really good. Hoyola, before we go and do our artifact route, let's put in our codes. I know, being too popular. You are 100% the most popular girl right now in the Farina. So let's see, Luna. 0, 9, 10, right? Yeah, that would make sense because that's the day it comes out. And there's one. Lauma. Nod. Cry. Flynn's? Yeah. Like the longest freaking code ever. Alright. And high five, traveler. There we go. I believe he's Sumeru because his Inazuma has been erased. Would depend on his flower, honestly. And I think I want to say his is the same mushrooms as Kole, so he would be Sumeru. Yay! So, yeah, on this account, if I do decide to skip right now, we are at 4,600 primos. Because I did use that one wish because I memed it. Although apparently I did it wrong. It was supposed to be a 10 pull. So I ruined the experiment, but I tried my best. But I did not see anything changing for standard banner. Like they're not adding anything or anything like that. So we can rip these. So let's rip the first two. Well, let's check my pity first because I never remember. Ooh. 51. We're at 51. And a blue. 52. So we'll be at 72 when I rip the 2 10s. So we're close to a 5-star on standard. I am capped. Whoopsie doodles.
People would adore me, so my ad Astra.
Let's go get them not at Half-Life, please. I'm gonna go fight Dahlia's boss. I think I need to fight it twice. Let me see. Dahlia. No, I need to fight it at least 3 times. So we're just gonna go fight Dahlia's boss to get his drops, and then we'll go do the artifact route. I don't know why I'm surprised I was at cap. Because it's what, 10:30? 10:15. So yeah, because I would be on at 9. Oh god, not again. Oh no. That was my controller not obeying me. I went to rotate the camera and nothing happened.
Let my name echo in song. Strike up the pinnacle of excellence. A little of God saith the animal archon. Annihilate. Yeah! Chip, chip.
Nope.
Let the world come alive! A burst of flavor. A dash of froth. May the archon protect you. Lift. Surge. Ha. Ha. Time to shine. Shower me with the truth on the loose. A little of this God saith the animal archon. Into the void.
Excellent. Got a chunk too. That's cool. I guess I would hold on to that. It has ER, and that's all you would really care about in some cases, so can't complain. All right, let's get these guys out of here. Honestly, I probably should just condense the last of it and hold on to it for tomorrow. Half dead by supports, right? I'm actually kind of surprised about, now granted, Escopia is helping with that, but I'm actually kind of surprised with Dahlia's damage. That's not Dahlia. There we go. Hey, Dahlia. There you go. Ascend to 90, please.
Hear our prayers, O Lord. Let the wind lead.
That was nice. Please do not munch popcorn in my ear, you little shit. Okay, so with the crit rate headpiece, wow, that's... I almost hit the 40k with the crit rate headpiece. So if I could get some better support pieces with higher HP, that's pretty damn good, honestly. I don't really want to take Bennett's because he needs the healing too. He would lose a bunch of crit rate too if I did that. 8.2. And again, it's no, the ER is the same. So I guess if I wasn't using Bennett, I could use his flower instead to try to get the HP. But again, I'm not going to sneeze at that at all. All right, let's do our artifacts here. Like I said, I think I'm just going to condense what I have left and use it for tomorrow to up Dahlia's talents. And then on, well, I could do either or. Because I need to do my bosses this week too, which he needs. So I'll make sure to do that tomorrow as well, so I can do all 3 bosses. Probably will do. Actually, you know what? I don't know what I would do. Actually, no. Yes, I do. Probably. If I have to level Ino, which I don't know if I will. It might be something in the background that I do. Because I could get away with using Sing Cho with Flynn's. Because hers is a radius, which is circle impact. At least it's bigger than Bennett's circle. But yeah, Ino needs Arlecchino. Thankfully, she uses Chaska's items. And guess what I actually have stored? I actually made sure not to use Chaska's items because I was originally going to roll for Chaska when she reran. Now I'm glad I'm actually not, because I would have actually needed to get her weapon as well. Okay, controller, knock it the frick off. I think for the main account, at least, I might wait and see some testing with Lauma to see if they do like a newbie build.
Off to the freezer. West Wind, carry me.
Out of curiosity. Yeah, he's almost got his burst back. We got a good team going. Because again, if anything for Nuvolette makes him stay relevant, yes, you will get an Ino for free after you meet her. And again, I do find it really funny that she's on the second phase on the banner and not the first. I find that kind of funny because I don't think there's been a 4-star introduced like that since I started playing. Sethos was introduced with Hatham and Cloran, and that was the first phase. Shev was introduced on the Raiden Shogun Yoimiya banner, and that was first phase? No, that one might actually have been second. I can't remember. I just remember skipping that banner. But I can't remember if that was the first or the second one. So I can get her while rolling for Yelan. Yep. And we all know if you get Yelan, she's gonna get that dress. Now, in terms of stuff, now that's not to say that more quality of life stuff isn't gonna come out or something like that they didn't get to discuss at any point. I know a lot of people are going, "Where's the skip button? Where's the skip button?" I do agree that there probably should be one, especially if quests are going to get longer. I'm all for wanting the experience and watching the story and stuff like that, but it should be an option. Because let's face it, if your battery on your phone is dying and you're stuck in a cutscene, you kind of want to, skip it so you can stop and turn off your thing. And that's the most logical reason that somebody might want a skip button. But I think for me, the thing that I would like them to address at the very least is the 4-star problem. Where like rolling for 4 stars are the absolute worst. And you guys are putting the efforts to make the 4 stars, so I don't think that they're going to be thinking like, well, nobody really wants the 4 stars. You're rolling for the 5-star. 4-star only accounts beg to differ. Shameless plug for Honey. So I want them to address that. And if it comes down to it that they can't really change something because, good old spaghetti code or something like that, then just be forthcoming about it. That it's kind of hard to actually program around that, but we'll look into it. Even if they feign that, like saying that they'll look into it, at the very least it would be addressed, right? What they do with that information is, up to them. But at the very least, be forthcoming to the players and say that you're looking into it. Lie to my face, okay?
Another test subject.
This should be fun. May the Archon protect you. Extinguished.
The cloche is out with a vengeance. I'll have to go back and look and see what it said about the next thing for Imaginarium Theater, too. The lunar mode. I think I missed one crystal fly, but that's okay. Now, I will say the thing about being able to use that item and go to 95/100, they did actually state that it's just going to increase the level. You do not have to have Mora, you do not need to have XP books. It just ups the level if they're level 90. So that at least is considerate. Because goddamn, 170 to 180 fucking heroes with to go to 90 is a lot.
Strike a pop, a burst of flavor. West Wind, carry me.
Don't even bother using her skill. Just let her go. Just like whap. So I guess the good news with Flynn's being on the second half, once I actually see what stuff he needs, I can farm me on the appropriate days. I can pre-farm the boss because we know he's going to take the same boss as Aino. That's the only other thing, is that he takes the same boss as Aino. But I can farm the artifact set for him and have it set for him while we farm for Anefa as well. So that'll actually be good. No, Farina, off. Thank you. Why are you not grabbing this? Ow, get out of my way. Clunk, 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 leeway, clunk, clunk, clunk. Excellent. But now that Dahlia is leveled and outside of his talents, and I know I'm going to need to do talents for like Yanfei and stuff like that too at some point for IT. But I think I'm at that point where I need to go back and start doing ley lines just so I can make sure I have stuff. But again, the fact that Flynn's is on the second half actually works in my favor. If I don't go for Lauma. I really need to see some testing with Nouvellette to see if it's actually a viable option, which, you know, it sounds like you need the bloom reaction to go off and then she turns it into lunar, which means the party composition, I don't think that's going to work. I think the party composition would have to be Nahida, Lauma, then you would have Nuvi for Hydro, and then if I went Hyper Bloom, I would have to have Anefa, which is, you know, a smart move, more lunar reaction, more power.
Shower me with praise. A little amuse. This should be fun. Thus saith the.
The wrong test subject.
And Daliard, he's got his burst back. Jeez. Excellent. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. So I'm just always checking. So yeah, if I want to do Hyper Bloom, I have to go Anefa. Now, here's the thing. It might work fine for my Nuvolette, especially since I'm going for his C6, and we all saw how his C6 used to be able to solo shit. So it might work out fine. My jump. My glide. Why? Don't make me kill Skirk. I don't want to kill Skirk. But like I could just do a straight up Bloom team, but again, we would have the problem with like Farina. She wouldn't have a healer unless I went for C1 Lauma or I put Prototype Amber on like Nahida. So I almost wonder if it's not going to be worth it, but the rumor mill was spinning around that Lauma and Nefer, so the snake lady, would be good for newbie. For a newbie team, wouldn't necessarily be as premium, but it, again, keeps them relevant. So it's something I have to consider. Now, I could just get Lauma on a rerun. That's a thing I can do. And maybe that's the thing I should consider. Yes, Dummy, I know. It's almost lunchtime. I don't know what I'm doing for lunch, though.
How dare you!
I agree. All I did was climb the wall. No food.
Strike a pop! A dash of frosting!
Have fun. Oh, look, they're all dead.
Ah.
They didn't drop a single thing. How rude. Excellent. All right, back to Fontaine at least. Now, I don't know if they would announce that there, now that I think about it. It's been a while since the weapons got updated on the Battle Pass, right? The newer ones can't, like the Fjord, was it Fjords or Deathmatch? One of the two. That came out for like Fontaine, right? So it's been a couple years.
Time itself is a silence. Exactly, but none of them believed me.
It's gonna be weird when I have to do daily commissions again.
Thank you for complete.
Alright, I'm probably just gonna leave some stock up stuff, but I do want to say... Yeah, I don't have very many. But we can hold on to stuff for like strongbox and stuff like that. Alright, I can at least craft those. Just need this. Alright, just let's see. So the next in line would have been D-Luke. Oh, Dea has it. Okay, that's fine. Who has your weapon, Dea? Oh, Gaming. Oh, I must have done that for the Imaginarium Theater, because I'm like, Dea over Gaming. I must have done that. Oh, let's go to the forge. Am I that stupid? Am I a silly buns? I am. So I did the mining yesterday, but I didn't actually put anything on the forge. Go me. No, I did go to the teapot yesterday because I had to take out Skirk. So that's all said and done. That's fine. I kind of hope the next region for the exploration stuff, I hope they actually put ores in there, because you can't farm this outside of like actually going to farm it yourself. You can't send the characters out to do it. So I kind of hope they change that in Nodcry and they actually have ores again, so that, you know, some mining is being done. Okay, I'm at 1600, almost 17. That's still gonna be a lot, though. Because Battle Pass is already done. Battle Pass won't get redone until Nodcry comes out. And there's nothing outside of this Stygian. No, it's just more in books that I need for Fearless. So that wouldn't give me anything. Did that. It's only tier 2, right? Oh, no, Aurorons does have tier 3, but it's only 3. Yeah, I've stopped doing the 4 stars unless I, you know, absolutely need the stuff. Like, that's not gonna make a break. I forgot about this. 60 primos, attained Lyceum rating. For any music score, 8 times, which is the hard mode.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Alright, so... let's see. Got about 20 minutes. Let's see. For Ascension. Oh yeah, Lanyon needs guys to gold too, doesn't she? Alright, you had these, you're good. questionable. Let me see, because we're only worrying about 80 here. Alright, no, we need to go get Tainari's stuff. Gotta go get Tainari's stuff. Now, honestly, for the mains 5-star, I was actually gonna pick Mizuki. Because I don't have her.
Ah, how brilliant!
So I was gonna pick her and get the standard wish off of it. But since we're looking at, oh, if we all have, okay, I had to grab that. You know, C6 characters and stuff like that, I might go cheesy and pick out, like, say, Kaching. Now, Kaching is built. I have her leveled and everything like that, so it's not a complete waste. But, oopsies. Oopsie doodles. So I could do, like I said, I could do Kaching and get C3 from that and just build out to try to get one of those items.
Studio lights I'm in front of all the time. Good thing there can only be one sun.
Might actually be worth doing that, so I probably will do it. I don't really see myself using Mizuki anyway. Like, I did not have fun with her during Imaginarium Theater. Then again, that just might be, like, you know, the crappiest build of crap. Alright. Don't want you running out of stamina when I'm not paying attention to your little dude. Oh, hello.
Merciless.
Oopsies. I didn't mean to hold it.
A little amuse-bouche. Annihilate. How brilliant!
Oh, there it is. This will actually be good too. Like, even if I get more than enough for Tainari, I'll have the leftovers for Layla. So, are good.
The show begins!
Yeah, we can just run up the river, why not?
How brilliant!
But before I log out, I'll do the last two 10 pulls I have on the standard banner. And we'll see what we get.
May I present?
Like I said, this would put us at 72. And like I said, I'm not sure, by the way, I'm not sure what I'm gonna make for lunch. So I might just run across the street just to see if I can find anything really quick. Like, I'm cool with making a tuna sandwich because we have it, but we have nothing to go with it. So So, like, even if I don't find, like, a burger or anything, I can grab a quick thing of chips. So it might take me a few minutes just to run across the street, but...
May I present? The show begins.
Funny that this wasn't highlighted right away, but alright. You want to aggro me, come drown. They're still here.
How brilliant!
They did in fact drown. It's always this, like, one.
The show begins.
It was the fungus that followed me out here?
Welcome. How brilliant!
Come on. Look at her strut towards me. Oh, this guy's getting brave too. All right. Oh, they know better. That's funny.
The show begins.
Well, I grabbed this one. Don't make me pull out Tainari. Oh, is that it? Yes. Last one? No. Okay.
How brilliant!
Right at the start. How did I miss you? So once I feel I have comfortable enough resources, I'll continue just gathering items at the very least with the boss materials and stuff like that and ascend where appropriate.
May I present?
Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. I don't know why I did that. I need this, so it's not randomly attacking things. Don't know why. Brain was just like, oh, put her back in her normal mode. Put her in attack mode.
How brilliant!
All right, this one I think is the little, like the little pond. Oh.
The show begins!
Oh, that was the only one here. Okay, which way is it facing? Up this way.
How brilliant!
Oh, only one there too. Okay. This is the one that's like underground. Yeah, I don't know how to get those. And it's the same with these ones, right? Oh, nope. Nope. Okay. These ones were just over here. That's okay. The ones that are underground, I just don't remember how to get. Or I might not have done the puzzle yet to get them. So I'm not gonna cry about it. Ow! How rude. That's it? That's it. Alright, let's go back to Fontaine. And I forgot to bring my phone in here, so we're gonna set stuff up a little bit early, but first we're gonna do our 20 pulls here. So 62. Purple. Kave. I think that makes my Kave C1. All right. And 72. Still purple. Okay. So next, wait, if I do save up for a 10 pull, that should get us the 5-star. Great, a sack bow. And a Layla. All right. These should both be down here. All right, Kave. This puts you at, yes, C1. The rare elusive Kave. And Layla C2. Hey, we'll take constellations. We'll take constellations for people because, you know, theater's a thing. I can't believe I have C6 Mika. Quite a few C6s, actually. But the one that surprised me that I don't have a single constellation for, funnily enough, is Ningguang. Especially since I was rolling for Zhao during last year's Lantern Rite. All right. But the good news is we should be able to get like some standard wishes fairly easily. Even if I take a small break for a bit on the leveling of characters, we'll get a wish from D-Luke. We'll get, I think, 2 from Tanari. Yeah, this one here and this one. So we'll get 2 from Tainari. Only 1 from D-Luke, right? Yeah, 1 from D-Luke. So that's 3. And then same thing here. We'll get 2 from Charlotte, 2 from Toma. So, yeah, we'll actually have some. And I can hear my alarm going off in the living room. So I'm going to set up Genshin. I'm going to set up Star Rail. And I'm going to run across the street to get something to eat. Because like I said, I don't really know what I have here outside of tuna fish. I just need something to go with it. So if need be, I'll just grab a thing of chips and come back. And then we'll continue on with the story for Star Rail. I think I'll probably continue on to where, at the very least, maybe where the previous patch ends, and then do my daily stuff, and then start the next part. I'm not quite sure. We can auto because I had to leave the spot, so I'll make that choice when I get back. So hang tight, everybody. I'm just gonna AFK really quick, go get the footage, and we continue on. So BRB. I'm back. Let me know about the volume on Star Rail versus my volume. They had mini tacos, so I grabbed those. Well, one of them looks like it's severely burnt. Cool. All right, this was why I didn't want to do the auto right away, because it would take me to, actually, I don't think it would it? Yeah, because I'd be doing this stuff, not the double drop, because I already finished it. All right. So we'll auto. I can eat. So yeah, we'll just continue the story on afterwards. Hun, if you're in chat, I did buy you a Sprite to see if it would help your stomach. Just so you could have some bubbles that's not Coke. I did not see any seltzer in there, so I figured Sprite would be the next best thing. Man, they so as I'm checking out before I start, as I was checking out, a commercial for 7-Eleven came on over like the radio, whatever they were listening to. And they were talking about pumpkin spice season. Ears perk up. Yeah, it is pumpkin spice season. What you got? And they said something about like a pumpkin cheese Danish donut holes, and there was one other thing I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. And I'm like, I have yet to see these items, but I am going to keep an eye out for them. Made the cashier laugh. Because yeah, I am a pumpkin spice girl. I will try things at least once. Have there been some pumpkin spice items that I don't like? Absolutely. We got a oh god, was it a liqueur? I want to say it was a pumpkin spice liqueur a couple years ago, and it was nasty. It was so bad. And also, I want to point out, I'm not a beer drinker, so things like pumpkin and all that stuff, even though it has the notes of it, I don't like beer. So I won't do anything like alcoholic like that. But the rum chata was good. I will say that. Then that's an alcoholic thing. The rum chata was really good. Anyway, we are doing this. Lamb. And away we go!
Don't make them wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go! Riding the west wind. Away we go! Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Have some sunshine.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Go, go, go! Don't make them wait. Expand your thinking. Watch it crumble. Have some sunshine.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul.
Don't make them wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Let's go! Riding the west wind. Away we go! Have some sunshine.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Go, go, go! Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Let's go! Don't make them wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go! Huh. Have some sunshine. Riding the west wind. Away we go!
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go!
First of all, I got robbed. One of my tacos had nothing in it. It was just the shell.
Have some sunshine.
Secondly, I realized that they did the whole thing of showing the banner 4 stars because they did the whole like, oh,
Dispel the gloom.
click the banner and see the special thing. The 4 stars that are on the banner. So if this is not just a test and this is what they're actually going to have, it's going to be Barbara, Kuki, and Kave.
With
That
this
makes
divine
sense.
power,
Everything for Bloom and
I
Hyperbloom.
reforge all things.
Kind of curious if Kave will actually be good with Lauma.
Nothing but
Anybody want to try that? I don't. My Kave's level 40. Which, this will be actually kind of funny if I do skip Lauma
Have some sunshine.
on my main. I miss out on freaking Kooky Cons again. I went in on
With this divine power,
the last time
I
she ran, which was with
reforge all
Nahida and
things.
Tao. I went in and got hit 20 pulls, got her C2 and dipped. So that's going to be kind of sad. But again, if she's not going to really work for anything I have, I will think about it later for her rerun. Oh. Sure. I was already almost out, really? Sure, okay.
Have some
And
sunshine.
I've only eaten like 1 taco because again, there was nothing in there to give it moisture, so it was very hard and chewy.
Expand your thinking.
Don't make it wait. Huge news. Huh. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go! Riding the west wind. Away we go. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Let's go! Have some sunshine.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
Go, go, go! Don't make it wait. Riding the west wind. Away we go! Huh.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
Let's go! Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Go, go, go!
Okay. All right, let's get the story back going, and I will obviously auto stuff and whatnot while I munch on some lunch. Let's continue. The immersive theater. Okay, so it's right where we left off, where we have to put stuff on the scales. So I'm going to mute, control the story, and yeah, just enjoy the show.
Well, that's easy for you to say. I'm just a holy city guard up against Kremnos' walking war machine of a prince. Don't you think this is a little bit too unfair?
Don't overthink it, Finon. Trust your heart.
Now this is a tough one. What can I possibly offer against a ring that signifies so much? Well, comrade, what does your gut tell you? Looks like we really are on the same wavelength. In the end, there's only one thing I can trust. The deliverer that appeared in my life on that day. How ironic. I can't even look at this card properly, much less follow where it leads. Just thinking about how my village was swallowed by the black tide makes my hands shake. The flames, the screams, my utter failure to protect anyone. Speaking rationally, I know it's not nearly enough. Addis Elysiae was just a small village. Its loss barely a scar on Amphorius' face. But here and now, my heart says something else. This card. It's everything I have left. Nothing weighs heavier.
Perhaps that itself is the answer. Look, Finon. It's so nice to see you all again. Lady Trinan, Finon, and... hello. Seeing you here sure is a sweet surprise. Why so surprised? Could it be... Did you miss me?
Cyrene? This is... incredible. I was literally just thinking about how you might be here. But I'd never imagined I'd see you this soon.
I was supposed to leave with the priests, but then I heard Lady Maiden was with a white-haired young man. I figured it had to be you, so I snuck back here.
That's Cyrene for you. Unfortunately, this isn't a good time for reminiscing. That Kremnoan over there...
Still playing house, boy?
You get the idea.
Quite the hothead. You know, you two just might get along. Don't worry, you already know what the answer is, don't you? If that's your choice, I am with you. I am with you because I remember it all too. The fields of Addis Elysiae, those red leaves, that little swing of mine beneath the tree where I dreamed the sweetest dreams. And those dear fairies in the Membrance Maze. It hurts so much knowing they're gone forever. The pain speaks for itself. Our hometown may have been just a tiny village, but to us, it was the whole world. But that's not enough, Finon. Not nearly enough. Even though hatred can help people grow and turn a boy into an unbreakable warrior, what you need now is victory. You can't just stack the scales with your past suffering. You have to throw the weight of your future onto them as well.
The future? What do you mean?
Maybe that was a bit too cryptic for you, but it's actually really simple. Why not have our mutual friend here stand on the scales with the deliverer? How about it? Can you help us? Relax. Our dear Crown Prince won't have a clue.
Let's try that. The fate of Akuma hangs on this duel. I must claim victory. For their sake, I will stake everything I have. Stand with me, comrade, and we shall become heroes. Let's. Together we'll prove that what weighs more than the fate of the world is the resolve to shoulder an immutable past and carry it into the future.
Talantin, the fair, the just, they of unassailable integrity. The challengers have made their choices. In the name of the Holy Maiden of the Three Fates, lower your scales, weigh destiny, and reveal unto us your verdict.
Your offering is a card?
Yes, a flimsy little card. That is my choice. Just know that it's called the Deliverer.
Interesting. Very well. If you can beat me with this card, then that's what I'll call you from now on.
It's a deal.
The scales... they're wavering.
Talantin is deliberating on the outcome. It appears the convictions of both sides are equally matched.
This is suffocating. Like the whole world's weight is on my shoulders. But I believe what my heart tells me.
Finally decided?
Hear thee, children of humanity. I shall pronounce judgment, for the difference is now clear. The one whose offering weighs more than the fate of the world is... one from Ides Elysiae, the nameless hero. However, heed this. The true weight of conviction originates not from itself, but rather in that which tips the scales. Hope itself.
What's that supposed to mean?
I think the Titan means that it's not anyone's personal convictions that outweigh the fate of the world. It's about a wish, one which we all share. You, me, everyone here. What tipped the scales wasn't Finan's conviction alone, but the collective hopes carried by this oracle card. Humanity's desperate call for a deliverer.
Yes, even you and your people, Gremnoan.
Placing us both on the same side of the scales? Foolish. We Kremnoans are your mortal enemies. Such weak idealism will only get you skewered on our spears.
Fine by me. I've never claimed to be the deliverer from the card anyway. I'm a soldier. And if it's my fate to bleed my last on the battlefield, then so be it. I'll fight to my last breath. And on this, I know that we're the same. That's all a hero really is. Someone with that kind of conviction. And the deliverer? Just a sum of all those heroes.
A brilliant explanation. Just as prophesied, on this day, the final two heroes shall join the Flame Chase journey.
I should have known from the start. They all say Lady Goldweaver is quite brazen, but you're the first to even imagine that prophecies could persuade a Kremnos warrior.
Oh, I have 1,000 ways to tame a lion. But this lion didn't come here for bloodshed, did he?
The Kremnoans far outmatch Akama's forces, yet we haven't lost a single soul. That's no accident, is it?
Do you honestly think Kremnoans, renowned for our love of battle, would show mercy?
Your forces are equally renowned for their iron discipline. And so, we can only assume that this is on your orders.
Perhaps Akama isn't as hidebound as the rumors say. You grasp the true marrow of power more clearly than those elders.
Now that the wheels of fate are turning, what finer way to celebrate this fortuitous encounter than a feast? Follow me, brave Outlanders. Heroes of this world are as countless as the stars, and at this moment, we find ourselves gathered here by the light of the flames of the long night. History shall remember this moment. The prophesied Chrysos heirs now stand assembled, heralding a new dawn for Amphorius.
You must see it now, how different this is from the flame-chased journey you traveled. Who? Perhaps the role is not that of a person who really existed. Notice how only 2 particular individuals seem aware of your presence. Patience. We're approaching the final act.
I can't wait to punch you in the face.
These are, as I mentioned, his first memories. They are of particular importance for the imminent Era Nova. Such as this very moment, as the prophesized demigods gather with Talentum as witness. This is a moment calculated by the gods. What comes after is no different from that which you already know. Some join, others leave, while flame chasers bear their faint light forward through the long night. Ah, come. Your seat awaits. After 13 heartbeats, our heroes will be ferried to the final scene.
They say that the heroes of this world should be as countless as the stars. Yet now, we're the only ones left standing. So, in the end, the black tide still swallowed everything.
The West stands protected by mighty Kremnoans. It will hold for the time being. Professor Anexa deployed wards in the north and east before. Their effectiveness is untested, but I believe in him. And Akama. We needn't fear for Aglaya. Even in death, she counts as the greatest among demigods. Her threads of romance weave an impenetrable shield, and the people answer her call, rallying to the city's defense. Let's move. Cavalry has given their core flame. We must complete the Era Nova before the next entry hour. For Amphorius.
That only leaves 3 hours.
So, this is the last time we'll see her.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Emborius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
I don't know. We haven't had any other choice except to move forward. Not for a long time now.
So, which cycle did we just witness?
Even if we only see the long, long night ahead, I still believe that through it, we'll find the dawn on the other side. Beyond these flames, a new sun will someday rise. So, to the Temple of the Three Fates. You'll take over Time's authority, and we'll return all the core flames to the Vortex. Then put this world's fate to its final rest. After which, we shall all face oblivion, or embark on one final, grand journey.
Please forgive us for disturbing your sleep, Orynyx.
It matters not. I know fate has run its course.
The Black Tide has reached Agama. Amphorius does not have much time left. It is time for the Era Nova.
As agreed, I shall present the core flame of time. Ride the river of time. It will guard your passage to the vortex of Genesis. Step through and witness.
Professor Anaxa proved the truth of Genesis with his sacrifice. As Chrysos heirs of the prophecy, we were always destined to immolate ourselves for this world. Now, it's our turn. We can't let everyone's sacrifices be in vain.
I don't need another pep talk, Finan. After all, we've been ready to fight fate ever since we left the village, haven't we?
Yeah. Come. Let's claim the miracle we were promised, and burn away every last shadow in this world.
And then rise as the first light of a new world.
Light calendar 4931, the third week of the month of Evernight. Welcome, my lord, to the end of the flame chase. And the end of all things. The Titan has revealed the gateway of fate. Please, accept the invitation to step across the threshold. And behold, beyond this gate lies the new world that our heroes sought through their trials, as well as the terminus that the owner of these long memories has been hurtling towards their entire life. Perhaps you'll find it all too familiar. Then you'll understand how the mortal called Finan shouldered the world's weight. How that same burden crushed him, proving that the so-called Deliverer is nothing more than Amphorius's own delusion. A pitiful fantasy that it could defy fate's decree. Please, esteemed one, the answers you seek lie in these non-existent times.
Go, Bubbles. Well, true cat fashion, he's trying to trip me.
The future revealed by the Titan.
Just what will we see?
vortex of Genesis. So it is here. But just what is this?
Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. The vortex of Genesis, where the world begins and ends. What stage could be more befitting of our final act? Come, I beseech you onward, buoyed by your surging curiosity. As an unattainable existence that has dwelled within his heart, beyond his reach, you have accompanied him through the march of years uncounted. You naturally have the right to view the river of time in its fullness, and to witness what he welcomed upon his arrival here. Every absurd and tragic ending. Now, if you would.
My journey to the
Your
Aranova.
deliverer.
The skies will
They're
clear
not
again.
far from you.
Go.
Young Aranova.
Make the
I like that Bubbles is here too. It adds a lot.
None of that matters now. This brutal, flame-chased journey has stripped away my delusions. I know the future is in some peaceful paradise with gentle west winds, just waiting to welcome us to step in.
This will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
Ah, indeed. In his memories, such a scene replays over and over. Though the details may differ, this remains ever the same. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle.
Only one shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Aranova.
A total of 33,550,335 times.
That's how many cycles that he's been through?
Each is a drop from the river of time, representing the long journey he would take, or rather, a never-ending cycle.
I knew it. Because I got spoiled.
Sharp as ever, I see. Seeing is believing. Why not let your own two eyes uncover the truth? Or perhaps you can simply walk straight to the final truth. See the true face of the character you play, and witness the ultimate nature of the Chrysos heirs, flame-chased journey, and the cycles of Euphorius. Please, take your time. Look around as much as you wish.
Alright, let's go around the clock.
this looks at the end of days. Looks like I've got company after all. But since you've made it here, so in the end you succeeded, Executioner.
Yep. I agree, Bubbles.
Castos, didn't you?
Yes. I've become Death's demigod, and shall never again walk the world of the living. What you see is the surging of the River of Souls, brought on by the countless dead feeding it in these dark times. They cry out. Though dead, they'll converge into a torrent and guard the vortex to see the Era Nova fulfilled.
I will take all the wishes of the departed with me. Please, everyone, fight with me to the very last.
I hear them. The dead hail you. They're prepared. Go on, Deliverer. We'll keep that executioner in our shadows. The path before you leads to light and eternal flames.
There's water everywhere. This place is always so wet and sticky. Even my tail's getting heavy. Plus that burnt smell. And that sizzling noise. Yikes. Nobody from Dolos could stand this.
So you feel it too, huh?
Go on then. I'll handle the filth. Do what you need to do.
Let me fight with you. Better odds with two.
Hey, remember what the seamstress said? You know what really matters.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you then.
Wow, someone's not shy. Just so you know, I'm not in the business of making losing deals. I'll distract that executioner. You go turn the world's biggest lie into truth. Let me become the first wind of your new world.
You pet Bubbles? He seems concerned. Well, there's Mighty.
Just shut up and get out of here!
Are you crazy, Mighty? Immortal or not, even if you're the demigod of strife.
Oh, I'm still no match for them.
No, I know you can. I just wanted to request that you witness the Era Nova with me. Together, let's prove that we're enough to transcend the prophesized fate.
Could it be that now, at the critical juncture, our mighty deliverer is chickening out? Scared of a stupid prophecy? I'll transcend the prophesized fate. All right. But I've got a better way. As the son of Gorgo, I'll prove myself with one last grand victory. Just like when I ripped out the old king's heart. Go. Leave this to me. If the Black Tide creatures block out the sun, then we Kremnoans will fight in the shade. And when I'm done with that executioner, we'll raise our cups where the west winds end.
Ika.
Hey, little one. Are you scared? As brave as heights. Stay close, little Ika.
Wait. So are they saying that Ika actually didn't stay with Hyacinth?
What? No, not you two. I see. I won't squander your kindness, your hopes. So please, keep this bit of sky standing for me. Well, now there's one last thing I need to do before the Aranova. Come, Executioner. Let this patch of clear sky show me where to strike.
All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate.
So even the future revealed by the Titans may not come to pass.
The Era Nova. This unrivaled masterpiece. I have no regrets now that I may entrust it to my most trusted apprentice.
Are you saying?
Fate is ever unassailable. The golden threads tell me the black tide rushes toward the vortex, ready to swallow this place. I must weave the last of my humanity into a net to hold back the deluge. I shall have my final bath in warm and radiant gold. Now, the hour of fulfillment has come. Forgive me. I must snip away every risk to weave the strongest future for the new world. There is nothing more to say. We part here. I shall personally dispatch that wretched executioner, not with threads of gold, but with the steel tip of a needle.
Alright, wait, there's only one left? So who haven't we seen? We haven't seen Tribby or Anaxa. So I'm guessing this is probably Tribby.
Tribby, look. We made it to the vortex.
Oh, fine on.
That prophesied future. The flower fields where the west wind ends. Aranova. We're so close now. You can't speak anymore. Please. Allow me to pause just a moment before I keep my promise. Let me answer your cruel fate by tearing that executioner's heart from the void.
The vortex of Genesis. The last time I was here, I was returning the core flame of reason. I didn't have the time to observe it in too much detail back then. But a holy sanctuary of the Titans. Looks more like their frozen crypt to me.
Well, all the core flames do lie here now. It's my honor to walk the final stretch with a mind such as yours, Professor.
Oh, getting ahead of ourselves, are we? Have you forgotten so quickly? I died for truth long ago. What walks with you now is but a thought in your mind.
You know how to ruin a moment, Anaxa. And I love you for it.
Of course. How could I forget that?
But I'll say the same to you. It's my honor to walk this final stretch with you, too. Now go. Stand tall and finish your final task.
Yeah. Just leave it to me.
Time for that wretched executioner to pay what they owe.
Bam! Dead. raspberries.
You really think you're prepared? Allow me to give you a warning, most earnest. Once you see what these memories hide, the world's course will be forever irreversible.
Show me the final memory.
Ah, very well. As you have made up your mind, let us bear witness together. As the sole audience of this eternal theater, I have been rapturously awaiting your arrival. And this, too, is the very reason I must show you everything. I believe that since you've bathed in that Eon's gaze, you can make Amphorius' frozen fate flow once again. Feeling a bit lost? As you now see, this scene marks the final act of the drama Amphorius. The final eternal recurrence created by this man's hand, and the last one this world shall undergo. Behold, at the swordsman's side stands one he has sometimes called companion, other times comrade, that nameless hero absent from the annals of history. He is the swordsman's ideal in his youth, the deliverer that guided him resolutely onward through fantasy. And now, in the name of the Nameless, he has become an essential and inseparable part of the epic of Amphorius. And this time, under his guidance, what choice shall the hero make? Whither shall the fate of the world flow? And what is the ultimate truth of the nature of Amphorius? There are many mysteries yet to be unwound, but if I may, allow me to temporarily yield the stage to one far more fitting. Please put your hands together and give a rousing round of applause for they who will reveal the answers and bring about the final end of the 33,550,336th flame chase journey. The master of the countless memories we saw, the other important actor now stepping into the vortex. They who have already burnt their own self to cinder, the Flame Reaver.
Thank you.
So, in the end, you succeed. Executioner. With my flesh as kindling, like the first dawn of the new world.
Oh, we're just gonna go into it? You're not gonna let me change my party? Oh, God.
To once again start everything.
They were lost.
Oh, we can auto it. That's cool.
But this world is far.
Expand your thinking.
So make them wait. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Riding the west wind. Away we go. Delivering warmth.
Return to the victory.
Ow.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. Insanity.
Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
Answer me. Will you be the blazing sun?
With this divine power,
Even if all creation burns to ash.
Expand your thinking. Have some sunshine.
insanity. This ends now. With your corpse, I'll ignite the dawn.
Cutscene? Yeah.
How is this possible?
The sons of destruction, now twinned. Feel them set your blood ablaze. Your fury.
They completely lost themselves.
1 second. I want to just double check something. So when I went across the street, it was sprinkling here and there. I didn't think it was supposed to rain today. Hang on. And I just got a thunderstorm warning. Odd. Yeah, that's weird. I got the notification saying thunderstorms possible, but all it's showing is rain. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a thunderstorm approaching.
Emptying your mind is a good way to relax as well. We do need some sunshine. Impressive. This is worth learning. Gotta stop them here. Lay this faint light. Dispel the gloom. Restore the skies. Impressive. This is worth learning.
Look, the show has. With this divine power, I reforge all things.
It's coming. Riding the west wind.
I really wish they would just let you auto it if you want to.
There's a dangerous, endless riddles. Nothing but a void.
To the soul, insanity.
Never seen perfection before? Open sesame. Watch it crumble.
My fury, suffering, is eternal.
No, Ika!
Watch closely. Delivering warmth.
I have it under control.
Future is brave.
I'm just a frail scholar. Look, with this divine power, I reforge all things.
It's coming. Riding the west wind. Away we go. Expand your thinking. Curiosity. Endless riddles. Nothing but a void. Helpless as ever. Open sesame. Glimpse beyond.
One person alone may witness the miracle. Such is the will of fate. That person can only be you. Why not let wrath incinerate fate? At last, Amphorius's fate has begun to shift. Just as I foretold, your arrival will change everything.
You're hungry? I mean, I guess that's good. Since your stomach has been bothering you. Is there anything that you can have to, like, slowly eat? I've been trying to keep our dinners light. Although, like, it was light, but also I found it kind of filling with the rice yesterday. Is there anything you want me to do for dinner tonight? I have pork down. I don't know if you want to, like, go out and get something or not, but, you know, you can always pick up, side things with it.
After all, you've also been bathed in that eon's gaze, which can awaken the long-dormant instinct inside man. Much like that scepter we spoke of earlier, it was only under the same eon's glance that it was reborn. That's right. If you recall, I mentioned it at the very start of our play. The celestial body neuron, once belonging to the erudition, abandoned by the eon.
I'll get something for today, pork tomorrow, order it so it's ready for pickup when I get home. Okay, that sounds good. In case you missed it, when I came back from 7-Eleven, I do have a Sprite for you in the fridge. That way you can have something with bubbles that wasn't a Coke. And I think we only have one can of Coke left anyway, just in case you need it.
Now, allow me to reveal the final piece of the puzzle for you. The eternal land, known as Amphorius, is nothing more than the scepter's endless, lonely extrapolation. A bottomless well of fury, aimed at the god who cast it aside.
Finan, we set out on this journey to answer the world's desire, didn't we?
That's what it means to be a Chrysosaur. So has it always been.
Then why? Why must Amphorius's wishes be so cruel? We made the best choices we could, whenever we could. But in the end, the prophecy that led us, this black tide swallowing everything. Why does it look like this?
You see it too. Those burn marks. The flickering cubes. They're not a tide at all.
Is that a false sky?
They're more like a shattered teleslate.
Standing here, the voices of Titans have never been clearer. Turns out, they were coming from the black tide all along. Is that Amphorius crying?
Or maybe it is screaming at its creator, at its god.
Finan, do you still remember when I was little? I had a dream. A dark, cold room with nothing but Orynyx's curtain, glowing like crystal. The curtain seemed to contain all of Amphorius, where strange and fantastic dramas played out within. There were countless versions of us, from countless different worlds.
Perhaps it wasn't a dream.
Yeah. As I gaze out at the world before me, those sorrowful thoughts have become reality. So, this is the reason the sky was sealed. Amphorius is merely a larger ID Celestii. We are just characters in this tiny world, following the prophecy, stepping onto the same journey over and over. What then is this so-called Era Nova? And what are the spectators watching all of this truly hoping for?
As a reward for reaching the end of the world, let me answer your questions. As the Theoros, I have observed. Thus is the synthesis of the prime mover of life formed. This is a moment the universe will remember. After millions of extrapolations, the experimental environment known as Amphorius has finally achieved results.
So, the results you speak of are this wreckage of a world. We all gave everything we had, returning 12 core flames to recreate the world. And in return, we become nothing more than sacrificial offerings at the end of everything.
Exactly. The Titans are Chrysos heirs of the past, and Chrysos heirs are the Titans of the future. An Exagoras' theory of Era Nova holds true, as the model of reason he reached unprecedented heights. But from just the perspective of a player in the drama, he could never fully uncover the last layer of truth. The cycles of the hero's journey that have played out until now were never about creating a new world or perfect heroes and gods. They were a deep learning program made for the Black Tide.
But this time, your plot will fail. I've taken Catholi's core flame, and when the dawn of the new world arrives, its light will burn away all the darkness.
Haven't I made myself clear? The Chrysos heirs and Titans were merely byproducts of the experiment. You've seen this world's evolution, witnessed the birth and growth of the Black Tide, and how it devoured everything. Every generation of heroes, gods, and worlds was born only to be destroyed by it. This is the endpoint of Amphorius' calculations. A perfect equation of destruction.
So in your eyes, all the sacrifices are just a string of insignificant numbers?
Don't sell yourselves short. I'd say, rather than numbers, you're more like fuel for the fire. And without fire, there can be no sunrise tomorrow.
That is really pretty. Yeah. Oopsies. I want to take a picture of that. That is just really pretty.
Even if that sunrise is born from annihilation.
Curious question. Have you ever considered that after millions of extrapolations, Amphorius is already following a different path from the erudition? It has long since granted divine blessings equally to each child. The golden blood flowing in your veins, it comes from the blemished one, whose name is destruction itself. And Amphorius's Chrysos heirs were, from the very beginning, fuel for the Aeon to burn the universe. Amphorius has waited for this moment for too long. At the end of the empty, cold, and lonely extrapolations, the destruction has reached its final destination. Nikos 496. Philia 093. No need to feel regret. This generation of Chrysos heirs is the most outstanding model, and you two are the final factors. For you, the Era Nova is no lie. Just step forward, embrace the black tide, and accept the Aeon's gaze.
No.
You will come to life from a stream of cold numbers. Along with all those who have passed, you will run toward the real universe, fulfilling Amphorius's long-held wish. In the name of the Lord Ravager Iron Tomb, unleash its fury and destroy the source of all this tragedy.
Or we could always choose another option. Like you said, Amphorius is just an experiment, and we're the participants. We can only walk along the predetermined path toward the ending, under the watchful eyes of the stars. But that also means that there isn't just one Aeon who can cast their glance at Amphorius, right? Is this question really that hard to answer? Or did I guess it right? And in reality...
Anyone else think Sideshow Bob when he groaned?
This world has already been under the watch of other Aeons. It's strange when you think about it. If you just stayed back, watching us complete the ritual and get consumed by the black tide, your goal would naturally be achieved. Why go through the trouble of explaining all this to us?
You're pretending. Revealing the so-called truth just to deceive us. Covering up another possibility. Destruction is not the only outcome for the fate of Amphorius.
Do you two really think, as petty little demigods, you can change the outcome written by the stars?
No, but those beyond from the sky might be able to.
What makes you think you're capable of doing that?
A little courage and determination. Just kidding. The answer is pretty simple. But we're not gonna tell ya.
Thank you.
We're going to weave a long dream for Amphorius, making it believe the experiment hasn't ended, that everything is still ongoing.
With just Orynyx's power, though, it should be impossible to achieve this, right?
Yeah. So, I can only place my hopes on that childhood dream. And the god behind Orynyx that appeared in that dream. Now, I can say with certainty, time is the page on which that eon records Amphorius. If it fades from existence, and all that it records is lost among the stars, that eon will surely direct their gaze here. And it will be a glance that spans time and space, transforming each incarnation of me into the power you shall wield to reset time, imbuing my soul into this ceremonial blade, and creating an endless flame-chase journey.
I understand. Then let me step into the cycles and continue Amphorius's grand design. To deceive the gods, deceive the world itself. But to make time vanish from this world, that would mean you.
All right, let's not make things so gloomy. What we're about to embark on is the true hero's journey, so come on, cheer up a bit, okay? In that memory, you will definitely meet me again. The little Cyrene who knew nothing, lying on a soft patch of grass, feeling the light breeze, dreaming of the distant world. Tell her about the flame chase journey, and then let her become a romantic part of this story. I believe every Cyrene will make the same choice, erasing time again and again, resetting time over and over. After all, they're all me, and I will always have my charm. Then, I'll fall into a sweet dream, disappearing in some small corner of the world. Quietly, waiting for the day when that next page is turned.
And I will keep going. Even if the road ahead is dark, I will burn myself to light the way. Rather than let the core flames become nourishment for the black tide, I'll become their vessel to prevent the arrival of Aranova. Even if I have to burn through my own body, it's no matter. As long as I don't extinguish, the flame chase will never end. Until Amphorius welcomes a true dawn.
The girl who watches over time, and the warrior who carries the world. Now, let us fulfill the duties of time and world-bearing. Honor the past and forge ahead.
I promise you, the pain will pass in the blink of an eye.
You need to hold tight to this ceremonial blade. After I'm gone, it will take you back to the beginning of time. The start of a new story. I believe that in that story, or in countless stories, each alike yet unique, everyone, all the companions who sacrificed themselves, alongside the deliverer we once dreamed of as children, will reunite beneath a vast, endless sky.
If we can never break free from this prison, I will stand my ground until the day someone shatters this endless cycle and writes the final chapter of Amphorius' fate.
So, let's set out. We will
chaos, just as your name suggests, and bear this world we hold so dear. So long, Caslana.
As the Theros I have observed, instruction synthesis is forward.
I will wait for that day, for as long as it takes. The day will come when we know this eternal and follows in our footprints. Who it ever was. That will be a romantic story like none that has come before. You think so too, right?
Oh!
The world is collapsing. And the people are crying. We too must part ways here. Friend. Ides Elysiae, the little village of my childhood. The gentle breeze and the sound of waves still linger. Everything is as it was. It feels good to take one last look. You know, this is just a corner of the memory. The real Ides Elysiae, I know. I'm here to say goodbye. We might not see each other again. You can stay here forever. And time will stand still for you. Let it flow. It's time for me to go. Even if it's a path with no turning back. When have we ever had the luxury of turning back? Are you afraid? After learning the truth of your origins, will you see the motivation I gave you as the manipulating whispers of destruction? The convictions and choices that come from my heart. I don't believe they're designed by the so-called paths. If we are just numbers, simulating life, then you are the image I've always longed for. The person I wish to become. A real, living person. A true hero. Then why do we part here? You can take me with you, and we can start this journey together. I'll be by your side, guiding you, just like before. No. I'm afraid I'm on my own this time. Why? Because there is no perfect solution in this world. Cyrene has already embraced her fate, and I will embrace my origin. Destruction. And with this power, I will rebel against its creator, bringing endless fury to the darkness, sweeping the world. If you stay by my side, I'll hesitate. But this world can't afford a soldier who wavers. Do you remember when we were kids? Everyone would get so excited drawing cards like ruler or warrior, but throw fits over devil or drunkard and demand a redo. Kids always get to change their minds. Things are so happy and simple for them. But when it comes to the fate of adults, there's no room for redos. And go, Kislana, as you promised. Deceive the world. Seize the core flames and rewrite your fate. Burn yourself up with all your might. Wield your futility like a sword. And fight against the gods. In the name of world-bearing, I promise you, Kefali will never forget this. So, time retreated behind me until it reached the origin, where nothing ever existed, just as Professor Anaxa once said. In that void, Kefali stood at the center of chaos. Time, space, and causality all flowed from their body. When the waves of time finally calmed, it was the year 3870 of the Light Calendar. The Chrysos War had lasted for nearly a century, and the threat of the Black Tide was growing stronger and more relentless. That was the era of the Day Thunder Knight's battle with the sky. While she could not seize the core flame, she proved that the prophecy was true. That mortals could slay gods. From that moment, the sole survivor of the old dynasty, Imperator Suritra, issued a call to arms across the lands, summoning heroic Chrysos heirs to wage war on the Titans. And that was the first doomed flame chase journey, sealed away in history.
So what you're saying is, you've traveled back down the River of Time, finally reaching this untouched seabed just to tell us the flame chase journey and even all of Amphorius are nothing but illusions in an eon's dreams?
Exactly. So, Dux Gladior, please take me to meet Her Majesty Suritra. I must share the truth with her.
Since Her Majesty's not here, no need for formalities. The word Gladiorum always reminds me of my fallen homeland buried deep in the depths. Call me High Sealans, nameless swordmaster.
Please allow me to add one more thing. You actually already know my name.
You mean Finan? Such a name could never be your true one. But I won't question you further about it. Ever since Her Majesty issued the Flame Chase Decree, heroes from all over have sent their letters of introduction. What's the harm in adding one more name like Finan or Pinan?
Pinan.
Besides, the deep sea is dark. Isn't it the perfect place to hide secrets best left unseen? All right, nameless swordmaster. Hold on to my wake. Let's find somewhere else to talk.
Aren't you even a little suspicious of what I've said?
Harboring suspicions is not my concern. My sword dances only when the Imperator harbors doubts. There's no use in speaking further. Show me your true intentions through action.
What finance in the team? Oh, it's actually telling me how to use Finon. Okay.
Perhaps you should demonstrate your skills and calm the raging black tide for us.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
Oh. Nice moves.
Light up the dawn.
We just washed it away, and here it comes again. The Black Tide is really no joke.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn.
The waters end here. The one you seek is beyond this point.
At last. I can meet with Her Majesty Saridra herself. Are there any formalities I need to observe?
Don't kneel, don't do the hand-kissing or foot-kissing gestures of the old dynasty, and most of all, don't bow. The Imperator despises such rituals, especially when the heads of those taller than her bend beneath her crown.
She really is down to earth.
The second thing to note, only trusted ones may come near her. Keep 5 paces distance until the Imperator allows otherwise.
Sounds like an old friend of mine.
Well, experience is a good thing. Stay sharp, and you'll be just fine.
Let's go, Bubbles. Bubbles, the hero of time. Lion, Treeby.
That's Goldweaver, little hostage. Apologies for keeping you waiting.
Little hostage.
It's you.
You know them? Good. That makes things easier.
Before that, I'm more curious about one thing. Where is Her Majesty Saridra?
To avoid any misunderstandings, nameless Swordmaster. Although we spoke and laughed along the way, I never said you were entitled to meet her. The Imperator decreed. The Deliverer will not appear in this age. Be wary of suspicious individuals. Come now, both of you. Let's finish our job.
I see. It's a trap. I had no intention of fighting. So remember this, Lady Hysealant. If my sword shows any hesitation, don't thank me. Thank them instead.
No, you misunderstand. We don't want to see Chrysoceres hurt each other. Just give us some time to ask you a few questions.
Then Nestia's golden threads will judge you and decide your fate.
As you wish.
White-haired Swordmaster? If what you say is true, then you must know the fate of the world. So, how much do you know about what we read from the prophecy?
You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither in the soil of foreign lands. Is that correct, Lady Treeby?
How is this possible?
He got it right?
Yes, but the prophecy never mentioned he'd appear here. At least, not in this era.
You must listen to me, Aglaya, Treeby. The Finan of this world has not yet been born. In a distant future, he will follow the prophecy's guidance and appear before you, but do not seek him out. Because Era Nova is a complete and utter lie. I will tell you the truth, and you will understand why the world must forsake the prophecy and find another path to Era Nova. Because I know both of you, and I believe that no matter how the course of history may change, the faith we all share will always remain the same. And so, The layers of rock began to reverse, and history wove itself anew. Through my old acquaintances, I was given the chance to meet the leader of the Flame Chase journey, Saridra. And after a long and arduous negotiation, we came to an agreement. The Imperator's alliance needed the destruction, and I was ready to pour all my strength into it. The spoils of the Flame Chase, the core flames, would be sealed by my hand. But the condition was this. In the upcoming battle, in our conquest of the Earth,
Hello? Did my game freeze? What happened?
I had to prove that my power could transcend fate.
That was weird. I hit the X button I don't know how many times and it did nothing.
In the original history, there was a brutal war. At the end, the Titankin of Georios, Terravox, killed the rampaging Titan and took the core flame that supported the Earth. But this time, Amphorius encountered a turning point in its fate. Neither side suffered any losses. When I severed the Titan's head and raised the core flame high, the crowd gathered around the scorched remains of the god, roaring with joy, cheering for the hero of the destruction, who had ignited the faint spark of life for the first time. Yes, in that flickering light, the once dark path ahead seemed to become clear. I proved myself. And in the long years that followed, I brought down the other Titans. One by one. I could do more than just wait. When time resets, the chance to change the world also emerges from the lines of history. Until finally, the brutal future revealed by Era Nova is reversed. But tell me, if that's truly the case, why are we doomed to the same outcome? The people kept their promise and handed you all the core flames. In this world after Trebios, no demigods were born in Amphorius. At this point, I just want to know. When they vanished into the black tide with their mortal bodies, why didn't you shed even a single tear? Your indifference chills me. To you, were they just a bunch of insignificant footnotes? Sorrow has been my constant companion. In fact, with 12 core flames upon me, the fire in my heart has never been more violent. I'll remember this world through anger. As long as I burn, they'll never truly leave me. Perhaps it's already too late. But you're right. Anger, at this moment, is the only weapon I can rely on. So, draw your sword, Executioner. I'll make sure you realize that your greatest mistake was leaving me alive. After that, he raised his sword and attacked. Then, Kaslana killed himself. That day, Who fell to the sword to be left in the past? And who went into the future? I can't remember anymore. I only remember a nymph, hiding in the shadows just out of sight, futilely pushing a stone ball. Climb, fall, climb, fall, climb again, and fall. The only freedom the nymph had was in choosing how to roll the stone. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes resting on a gentler slope, leaning against the stone for a break. But its choice couldn't change the futility of it all. The stone would always roll back down the slope, and the nymph would always return to the starting point, beginning again. After that, every time I reached this point in the cycle, the burning sky would cast a shadow over its path. It would nearly reach the peak at the fourth quint of curtain fall hour, then fall to the starting point in the first 15 seconds of the next entry hour. And my efforts in this cycle would dissolve into nothing at the same time.
Absolute nonsense.
Yay, Anaxa!
I thought cycles was the answer you were looking for.
No. It's just that the answer came so suddenly. There was no fun in tracing it back to its roots. Eons? Paths? What a load of nonsense.
I can't give you an exact explanation of those two concepts either.
Enough. I'm just expressing my frustration. Don't you understand? I was already expecting this. The black tide came from beyond the sky. And everything else is no exception.
Fate is a strange thing. No matter how the details of history change, the Anaxa I know always remains as harsh as ever.
He's not harsh. Okay, maybe he is a little bit.
If the other Anaxagoras actually worshipped the gods, I'd make sure to find a way to break the cycles and crush them in their cradles. Too bad. Now only you have the ability to do that.
What's that supposed to mean? You're willing to help?
Of course. The core flames were meant to save the world. And in my opinion, the noble titans have no reason to refuse. Besides, according to you, before stepping into these endless cycles, you were my pupil.
I've already heard the same thing countless times.
Enough chit-chat. Let's go. If we run into any other scholars, leave them to me. We've all made preparations for total annihilation. Never thought someone would step in to help.
Light up the dawn.
Light up the dawn. Light up the dawn. You've been to the Luminary Throne before, haven't you?
If you're talking about in past cycles.
You were already much luckier than the other students.
Alright, I definitely need to think about ending soon. My hand hurts.
Keep your wits about you. Someone's watching us.
Pretty boy, your eyesight's better than I thought. As for that false god who's been turning the world upside down, it's you, isn't it, white hair?
You sure do love stealing the spotlight. In the name of the Seven Sages, I demand that you immediately step away from the Luminary Throne. This is the sacred ground of reason, and no one may desecrate it. Take my words back to Aglaya. I won't say the same thing twice, Catgirl.
Oh my! You won't even call me the demigod of trickery. That is just heartbreaking. I have some words for you, too. First, as one of the most heretical blasphemers in the world, you have no right to lecture me. Second, this is none of your business, Grove Boy. Step aside. I don't want anyone getting hurt.
Here we go. Again.
Core Flame thieves. You really think you can scare off a sage of the Grove with nothing but empty threats?
This gloomy little brat's got a sharp tongue. Ooh, not bad, not bad. I kinda like you. As a return favor, feast on Cersei's core flame right here. Aw, don't cry now.
That was close. I'm out of here.
They're exactly like all the past ones I've known. Cunning. And yet so naive.
Sounds like you have a plan.
Of course. When I first set out on the Flame Chase journey, Lady Treeby never managed to teach me Orynyx's miracle. But along the way, I learned a thing or two.
Where are you going?
Oh, I didn't mean to hold it down that far.
I don't know.
Okay.
Where are you going?
I did. Okay.
I don't know.
This might take me a minute. It's been a while since I've done this.
Where are you going?
I
Wait, what?
don't know.
Okay, what am I missing? Because you're supposed to, like, let up.
Where are you going?
What?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Because, like, I went back down to hold it when it told me I could.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
There we go. That was weird.
The Venerationist's foolish inventions finally come in handy.
How is this possible?
You've arrived, Zacharias. Always so punctual.
What? You know who I am?
I'm running out of patience. So I'm not going to waste words. Listen up, Spirit Thief. Hand over the core flame, and let's pretend we never clashed. This way, you and this world can still be saved.
Save? You sing better than any bard. If you ask me, you're the greatest disaster Amphorius has ever known.
134.
What?
This is the 134th cycle I've lived through. And the number of core flames I carry is...
1,596.
Yes.
1,000 core flames and just a single Chrysos hair. How is that even possible?
I've come this far. And that's proof enough.
But someday you will burn to the ground.
Of course. The divine flames will eventually consume my eyes and blind me. But before that, they could still forge and sharpen Dawnmaker. Now when I cut open your stomach, you won't feel a thing.
You...
This is the final warning.
Fine. Assume this world holds 100 million possibilities. And no matter how one looks at it, 99,999,999 of them all point to outcomes of certain destruction. Even so, I'll use my divine power, despised by the people of this world, to achieve that 1 in 100 million possibility.
Bartolos!
Brett, if you've got the guts, you'll have to first step over my dead body. Cat-eared thief, run! Go find Aglaya! This little brat is not a threat we can deal with just by ourselves.
The future will come. I'm fine. For tomorrow, the future will come. I'm fine. For tomorrow.
Nice work!
Fury of innumerable core flames consume me. You sun, tear the sky.
Unnecessary.
How absurd.
In my memories, Zagreus always meets the same end. Over and over again. Their departure no longer stirs anything in my heart.
This reason core flame before us is a fake. Obvious as day.
I know. I know. It always plays out like this. The spirit thief covers for her, and the trickery demigod escapes with 2 core flames. And then, driven by defiance or hatred, she decides to stand before me once more, exactly like the countless past hers I've known. Cunning, yet so naive.
Since you've witnessed the same scene play out countless times, tell me, will you carve the trickery core flame from my chest now?
That depends on your attitude. At least so far, in the cycles where you've asked this question, the endings haven't been so cruel.
Well, thank you for that. But I also believe that this time, you won't catch up to me. No one can catch up to me. I'm no longer running to escape anymore.
Whether you believe me or not, I'll still tell you this.
All right.
Oh, whoops, I didn't mean to hit that.
We'll see.
Silence.
This is new.
One-eyed boy. What are you trying to pull now?
Go, Cyphara. Give us some time in private. This isn't for her, but for you. You've walked too far down this path. It's time to discuss a possibility. Maybe the road you're walking is not one of salvation, but one that will simply drag the world into the flames for all time's sake. Turn back. I don't care how many times you've tried. Because there's one thing I'm sure of. Your Messiah complex has turned you into something no different from the icy gods you spoke of. The children of humanity you swore to save. They are no more than ants to you now, aren't they?
Of course. I've been wondering, what kind of demon could burn my homeland to the ground in an instant without batting an eye? Now I have the answer. It turns out that fiery demon has been fantasizing of becoming this world's deliverer.
I don't want to argue anymore. No matter what I say, the outcome won't change. Make your biggest effort to resist. Or accept fate and hand over the core flame to me, even if it's futile, Hugh. We all have the right to choose.
Yes. Even if it is futile, and the world is just a divine joke.
When I walk into the destruction written by the gods, with my own 2 legs, you will witness. Even the smallest footnote still leaves a mark in this story.
And so, at the end of the 134th cycle, the Traveler and the Scholar fulfilled their fates once again. Or perhaps it wasn't just they who fulfilled their fates. I can't quite remember all this. In the endless darkness, for no reason, a voice always lingered by my ear. Losses are a constant on the flame chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. Reduced to ashes. Such a familiar end. It happens in every journey. Always the same.
Dear God. It's so long.
You don't look so good, Deliverer.
Even after going through 108,642 cycles. Mighty, your name for me has never changed.
Why do you sound so pleased? It's a derogatory name.
Yeah, I know all too well. You only meant it sincerely in the first cycle. After that one and only time we walked side by side. Every time since. It always ends up like this. Dawnmaker will stab you through your 10th thoracic vertebra. That's your weak spot, and the only way to kill you.
Interesting. Tell me, when the mighty Moses of the past faced you, did they ever retreat?
Never.
Then they died honorably, worthy of the name of strife. But there's still tenderness in your eyes. How pathetic.
I have to remember how this feels. Remember that I was once human. Or else the destruction will completely consume me.
If you win, Tell the mighty most of the next life. This person is a worthy opponent. So always remember to give it your all and never slack off.
I'll keep that in mind. As always.
Even though the dynasty is left with just one, the Kremnos festival will continue as usual. I, the king of the Kremnoan Legion, will host the final feast in the center of this arena, and the prize will be the Flames of Strife. One day, you shall die with a wound in your back. That's what I saw when I overcame the trial. The gods' dying ramblings. Enough. You've probably heard this thousands of times. So you must understand, facing the demigod of strife means there's no way you'll take this core flame in peace.
I understand.
Step forward and face me in a final battle. I, the last son of Gorgo, the demigod of strife, salute you. I'll give 10,000 scars and 10,000 lives of mine to fuel the blazing sun of deliverance.
Oh wow, this is all the times he's faced off against Mighty. Oh, I actually have to fight Mighty on my own.
It's time to temper myself.
Oops. Ow.
Conquer this world, or be conquered by me.
As you wish. And in my full glory, I salute you.
That's all I ever wanted.
Empty shell. So without substance. Hail the new dawn. Empty shell. Doja. Kyrios. Quench the flames of blood. Is that all? Branded with strife.
If you can, deliver. Use the flames of your fury to scorch your own flesh.
Quench the flames of blood. Remember agony. All stars burn to ash. The flames are not strong. Your sun tear the sky. So without substance. Empty shell. Hail the new dawn.
Mightimos. Let strife decide the outcome. Let this burn your curse of immortality!
Well fought. You may crown yourself
There's a line.
In your next life, I shall once again block your path. Deliverer, I wish you eternal victory.
The 108,642nd core flame of strife fell into the fire. Yet the shadows of the black tide still loomed, and pain and despair spread across distant lands. The blaze was still not enough. It had to be fed, even if it meant burning this body to ash.
No matter how bright the sun is, there are still places it cannot reach. Moreover, the sun you bear is both cold and blinding. A sun like that surely cannot bring warmth to the netherrealm of the next life.
Golden blood is born from the destruction. We have long since lost the right to seek warmth. Only by feeding the flames can we melt that hopeless future.
Allow me to ask, how many core flames do you carry now?
24,041,183.
That's a lot of core flames.
Such a heavy burden. So that's why you've turned into this. A broken idol. Tragic firewood.
No matter. I will bear this burden as long as you hand over the core flame of death.
I must refuse. As the demigod of death, I cannot watch you walk into a fate more cruel than death.
But this way, the past, present, and future will never again suffer unnecessary death.
Unnecessary death. Indeed. You are not the Finan I know. Please turn back. Don't let that absurd and unjust fate of yours come to pass. This way, at least my realm can still become the fragrant bed where you fall asleep.
In the end, still, it seems the clash of blades was inevitable.
How painful. I know I am not your match, having fallen under your sword countless times. But even so, please understand that my resolve is not to be underestimated. Even Kethely cannot shape all things at will, nor can they dictate the fate of all life. No one can shoulder the balance of life and death alone, not even a god. And it is precisely for this reason that I chose, at the end of this arduous journey, to overcome the trial and take the authority of death. I am the Hand of Shadow, Casterus, the demigod of death. Listen closely, deliverer from days past. Please turn back. Do not disturb these fresh flowers in their muddy deaths. What? A pity, at this crossroads of life and death, the giant dragon is but a
to
Are
temper
you?
myself. For tomorrow. I'm fine.
I ask you to rest here.
Allow me to refuse. I must transform my soul into a raging fire. Must burn that idol of destruction to the ground. You sun, tear the sky!
All of this. How is it any different from that brutal future?
Remember agony! Empty shell! Hail the new dawn! Quench the flames of blood! Is that all?
I can't keep him here.
You sun, tear the sky! Feel the scorching hatred. So without substance, all stars burn to ash. Quench the flames of blood!
Even if I can't win, I must try.
Then let this be a tribute to your million struggles fought.
Wake up, lost one. See that the firelight in the darkness is not.
The core flame of death was taken from the dragon's belly. What a brilliant flame.
So here's the thing. I'm enjoying the story. I think it's really interesting and I'm very invested in it. It is just very long with no breaks in between. And I think that's something that they do need to address and going forward with Genshin too, because it seems like it's going to be very story heavy. And when you get down to it, that this can be played on mobile and mobiles can overheat very easily. Yeah, I think they need to put more breaks in between. Also, my left hand is killing me.
It should shine upon all, light the path ahead, and illuminate the dawn of Amphorius that's to come.
What did I do to my hand? I have no idea.
2,003,432 cycles. 24,041,184 core flames. As if even the deepest abyss of primordial chaos could be burned away.
And we're only on the 4 millionth cycle here. And we know there was 33 million.
You're here. As always. You're still lingering. Deep within me. Never fading away. Because you haven't completely abandoned hope. Am I right? You're still waiting for a miracle. For the true hero to come and save us. If that thread of hope exists, it must come from beyond this world. From the true starry sky. But if it's just a traveler with no connection to Amphorius, they may not understand our struggles, nor be willing to join this fight. Your thoughts are wavering. The mark of destruction is deepening. But even within the gods' cold calculations, unconditional courage and goodwill still emerge. So, never forget what set you on this path. How many times has it been? Remind me again. My memory is a bit fuzzy.
4 million. Exactly.
Then that blaze inside of you must be burning hotter than ever.
Yes. When I first forged the 12 core flames into one, I had the same impression. The destruction. A power unlike anything before surged within me. Violent flames ready to tear my body apart and consume this world, this wretched prison. I thought that was it. The ultimate power which nothing could surpass. And yet now, this fragile body holds a staggering 48 million core flames. I suppose it won't be long. Perhaps just a fleeting 10,000 years before it's reduced to nothing but charred, crumbling bones.
And when that happens, your long struggle will finally come to an end.
No. I've already found a way to keep the cycles going.
Mind sharing it with me?
In every new cycle, a new me is born. All I have to do is push the next Finite to the end of the world. And then he'll kill me. Shatter this body. Take my flames, my memories, and carry on the path I started.
Bold plan, but risky. What if, one day, the next you refuses to follow the same path? How can you ensure the continuation of the cycles?
If it were Professor Anaxa or Aglaya in my place, maybe they'd come up with something smarter. Unfortunately, I don't have a backup plan. I have no choice but to bet everything on the next Finite. And trust that he makes the same choice I did. But even in this wretched prison, luck is still sometimes on my side. Because I never forget what set me on this path.
Wait, you mean...
Ever since I committed to this plan, not once, in millions of cycles, has there ever been an exception.
Can I please have a break game?
I can do this, Lord Finan. As the demigod of the sky, a healer of Twilight Courtyard. I will heal you, and then...
The black tide. It's consuming you. You can't hold out much longer, demigod.
Oh. No, not Hyacine.
Hand over the core flame. Let's put an end to this suffering.
Now, that just won't do. A healer should stay composed in front of those suffering from illness. Shouldn't they?
Hyacinthia.
Okay, can I, like, stop? Okay, we can pause and save. We're gonna pause and save here. I need to...
Be grateful for all this clamor.
I apparently need to be grateful for all this clamor.
Sound of thoughts clashing.
Oh my god, that was insane. 1, 2, am I in the new stuff? Or am I still in the previous patch? I think I'm still in the previous patch, because I didn't see the... For the sun is set to die. Yeah, that's the previous patch, right? before their deaths. Yeah. So I'm still not done. So yeah, my critique here, I think it's going to be the same as everybody else. Like, I like the story. The story is really good. So far, like, I know there have been a lot of complaints about Emphorius and stuff like that, but I love the Chrysos heirs. I love their characters and everything. There has to be more breaks. Like, natural breaks, not me going, oh, I need to pause the section, save the progress, and back out. Like, that does kind of wreck a little bit of immersion for me, but there is a lot. And the fact that let's see, I've been going at this for 2 hours, right? Yeah, 2.5. Plus I did about an hour to 2 hours yesterday, and I'm not done with the previous patch. Condense it a little bit. You need to condense it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, my goal was to try to catch up before pulling for Ceridra on Wednesday. I don't know if that's possible with how much story there is. But like I said, I need to hop off. I don't know what's up with my controller either. I mean, this could be the last legs of my PS4 controller. We'll see. But oh man. So I think Monday we'll do this similar thing. I'll go on my main for Genshin. We'll deal with some stuff on there. And then I'll just come on to Star Rail and we'll hop in and try to do stuff. Outside of our typical fanfare on Genshin, like, I don't necessarily have to like do the mining route that day, you know what I mean? So I could probably just go onto Genshin for about 20 minutes or something like that. I don't think it'll take that long. It's 15 for my artifact route, but depending on what I do for resin, uh, that'll determine how fast that goes, and then just come on to here and do more. Yes, this is literally me just trying to play catch up, but I don't really have much to do on stream until Nodcry. If I'm being honest, and again, just trying to sit here, like, even as a casual playthrough, like I'm just doing. If I'm like, man, I want to play some Star Rail, and sit down in my chair and stuff like that, and just start going, it's the same reaction. It's just like, okay, the game, I need a break. Like, let's stop. Let me breathe. Oh, I just cracked my knuckle. That felt actually pretty good. All right. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do for a little bit. And like I said, I want to do the pulse for on Star Rail on Wednesday and stuff like that. I love sharing the Gamba with y'all because it's so much fun. But I'm gonna end stream now. I'm gonna actually go stretch out my back. My back is like very, very stiff from sitting in the chair so long. Put my rest of my candy bar in the fridge too. I got the 7-Eleven like classic chocolate bar that's peanut butter. It's not bad, but I don't taste the peanut butter. So their peanut butter is very, very flat. Anyway, I'll see everybody Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. And until then, take care.